chaotic morning for me. For some reason, there was a conspiracy in the transportation, and we got completely stuck. First in the subway, and then in the train.
Yes, yeah.
So let's just put the sound.
Representation as well, which is about like digital.
Can you mute Michael Franklin?
Okay. So I'll just say a couple of words and then do some housekeeping. Obviously, my first words have to go to Film University Babelsberg for welcoming us and giving us the opportunity of having a kind of two-folded event here during the Berlinale. So today we will be looking at the final results across all work packages of CresCine. We organize a session in a manner that allows also for some discussion, and we will actually do a small change in the schedule that will allow us to have lunch a little bit earlier at 1 instead of 1:30, and that will also allow us to have a smoother program. So first of all, to thank Film University Babelsberg for hosting us, and secondly, to a big thanks to all the researchers in the CresCine team that are here today, and the ones that are online, and the ones that could not made it but participated in the project, because we are very close to the end. Okay, and the end is always the end, but it's always a new beginning. So I would like to start this final conference with this idea that it's a new beginning, and the results that we are discussing today will pave the way for those new beginnings. So without further delays, I will give the floor to our host, Susanna, for a few welcoming words. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel, and welcome to all of you. I sort of feel sorry but not guilty for your difficulties to get here. Presidents are always to blame, but in this case I'm really not responsible. We feel honored that you are here, that we can be your hosts of today for this very fascinating project. I had the chance to talk with some of you this morning already. I'm impressed about the work you've done in the last 3 years. I'll be very brief. I just want to tell you a little bit where you are. Film University Babelsberg. Babelsberg might ring a bell. Babelsberg is sort of the cradle of the German film industry. In 1917, the UFA studios were founded. And after the Second World War, this was part of the GDR, and what was formerly UFA was then DEFA, so that was the Eastern German studio and production facilities. And in 1954, this school was founded, and CresCine is doing research about small markets, and the GDR was small film markets, and the GDR was definitely a small film market. I wasn't present at that time, obviously, but I can still sense sort of the heritage of this small film market attitude in this school. What I find so fascinating is the very close relationship in small film markets, and you know better than I do, between the school, the education, the talents, and then the industry, the studios, the production, the distribution, the platforms. And even today, all the people who studied in these days at our school are in the Eastern German film industry, in the Eastern German broadcasters. Everybody knows everybody. And when I was talking with the Danish colleagues this morning, I felt exactly that. Everybody knows everybody, and you are sort of swapping jobs, sort of rotations. In the bigger German market, it's really different. I mean, we have 6 public film schools, which is good. We are sort of competitors. We know each other quite well. We are good friends, but we are also competitors, and it's far more anonymous. Again, it has advantages and disadvantages, but it's definitely different. So I find your strands of research really fascinating. I scrolled through your website, I read some of the papers. I would say many of the findings hold also for larger markets than like Germany, like the AI blockchain paper I found extremely interesting, the skills paper. So congratulations to the work you've done. I cross fingers that you have a wonderful conference today and tomorrow, and I really cross fingers that you find ways to sort of continue working on this. This is the usual problem with externally funded projects, that they find an end, and that the challenge really is to keep the findings alive. So I will watch you. I can be with you until the before planned coffee break, and I hope that our ways cross again, and I wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you.
And now we'll immediately move on to, if I'm able to move the slides. How do I move the slides? Probably this one. No? Aha, okay. So this is the timetable for today. As I've already said, we will do the lunch break a little bit earlier. So, and we are not, unfortunately, we are not having our keynote. So we'll immediately start with the presentation of the CresCine final results, and we will start with Indrek Imbrus from Tallinn University on developing FIDA to the role of standards in the development of the EU film industry in small markets. So, Indrek, please take the floor, and I'll try to move another slide, see if I'm able to. This is a challenge. Okay, and here we go. You move the slides.
Okay. Well, hello, and happy to put the pieces together finally. Report how have we built FIDA, where have we arrived at, and what will be the immediate futures. And after that, I will tell you also all the problems with FIDA and what should Europe do about it. Okay, I remind you that we'll very quickly go through the motivation. Why did we thought it was a good idea to start working on something like this? So obviously, as we know, Europe consists, yes, right now we're in Germany, but Europe in general consists of small countries. And so figuring out something for the 4 countries, how to capacitate small countries would mean then to figure something out for Europe in general. And the problem with these small countries, yes, there are agencies out there, market analysis companies that do collect data about Germany, France, UK, etc. All the markets that matter. But they don't do it that systematically at all about Estonia, Lithuania, etc. So, but because of that, we don't really understand what's going on in European film markets. And when somebody does it in their different corners, this means that as a whole, the data is quite heterogeneous. It's difficult to put together the big picture. Yes, and if that picture is difficult, then obviously it is in general difficult to arrive at any sort of evidence-based informed decisions. So we can say, or to conclude, or that the premise was, the data in general has been the bottleneck for Europe's competitiveness. So we need to figure out the data. So in work package 2 of CresCine, we did, regarding data, we did 2 things. First, we tried to collect the data, put it all together, as much as data is actually available, either for money or for free. And we also, it was mostly me, myself, wrote a report to how to put the data together. What are we missing? What standards, or what standards should European, all kinds of agencies and relevant authorities to adopt? But I will come to the report part later. So regarding how we trying to put the data together, so we try to We have been trying to build a database called FIDA, Film Data Analytics, an acronym. And so what kind of data did we manage to get our hands around? So firstly, the basic data about films themselves. For that, we didn't go for, let's say, IMDb, partly because that's for money, and secondly, that's a proprietary database from the US, so that's not long-term feasible. We used an open source database called TMDB, which is open source in the sense that data there is contributed mostly by all kinds of users. Then Wikidata, that I continue to think will be a backbone of the future open data economies, also for the film sphere. And also Lumiere database by the Council of Europe. When it comes to then information about what's actually happening on Sinando, then we got data from our partner, from Marché de Film, from Sinando database. I'm not going to today go into what did we not get, because I've been telling about this in previous occasions. But what we did get was Sinando. Also, Wikidata has quite a bit of about festivals. This work was mostly done by Marius. We got the data from him. Yes, and then cinema admissions data again, Lumiere database, box office numbers also from Lumiere Pro. Then cinema showtimes, and this is quite important. We bought from international showtimes, and we bought them in a rather dirty format, so a lot of effort, especially by our Portuguese colleagues, went into cleaning this up. And now it's mostly processed, and we can start utilizing that. And I just highlight very quickly, because I won't tell you more about cinema showtimes today, is that this will be super important to eventually to understand how the box office numbers and cinema admissions are actually coming together, because the cinema admissions from Lumiere are aggregated numbers per whole calendar year. And so we don't really understand the actual patterns across actual cinemas, months, seasons, weeks, etc., weekdays, etc. So cinema showtimes will eventually create a system behind admissions, and then this will allow us eventually to really understand what's going on in cinemas and how this will affect how the box office numbers are coming together. And then we also bought VOD Presence from Usher U, a data analytics company, on a monthly basis. So we do know what's happening across platforms month by month over the period of 4 years. And most recently, we bought data from a company, actually a German company, called Mediapress.tv, about TV showtimes. So where in TV schedules, again, over the 4 years, all the European films have been shown. So this is all the stuff we got. Now, we built a database on Azure / Databricks platform. Databricks is quite recommendable for these kind of analytical endeavors. And we have been publishing dashboards now. And maybe I need to explain why dashboards, because I already mentioned a bunch of data we just bought. And we were able to buy with the disclaimer that we are not publishing all of this as open data. But in certain aggregated forms, meaning that our form of expression are these very interactive dashboards using Tableau Public as a platform. But we are actually publishing a lot more specialized, slightly aggregated data sets when we publish these dashboards. And just to mention about the dashboard as well, this is also kind of what we think is necessary, or is kind of an innovation. Because European Audiovisual Observatory is publishing, reports, but this means already a lot of pre-selections. This is what you should know, European community. this kind of table because we consider this important. But obviously, every different kinds of stakeholders may have very more specific interest. What do they want to know? And these interactive dashboards would basically is kind of in some sense democratizing access, easy access to data because they can really filter and pinpoint the kind of relationships they want to learn about. Yes, and by this very moment, all the planned dashboards that we wanted to do are already published. The last one we published yesterday. This dashboard had been ready for quite a while, but the week before, when we finally started publishing it, we realized that the Tableau public lacks certain functions that normal Tableau has, and so we needed to rework all of the database behind it to enable the visualization that we wanted. So a lot of work went into the very last day, meaning yesterday. Anyhow, the last day the dashboard was about distribution journeys. I will show a little bit of it. So just very quickly, it's all on the website. You can visit these on your own. But these were the dashboards we published. Firstly, about just certain aspects of what kinds of films are being produced in Europe and by whom, etc. Over the last 13 years, if I remember correctly. This is kind of easy stuff because it's based mostly on widely available Lumiere Pro data. Yes, and here's another one, similarly kind of easy because this data has been available and theoretically everybody can do this. About theatrical demand for European films. So, but I need to highlight here that we didn't utilize yet the showtimes data. So this is the admissions and box office. Now here it goes more kind of complicated or unusual. Here is where we utilized I'll show you data about VOD presence, and here I would highlight that sometimes I'm not sure if everybody knows, but when you use these dashboards, you don't only have to filter your selections up there in these little drop-down menus, but you can press on anything on the screen, and this is how you make your filter down to such as what relationships, what aspects you want to learn about. And here's what we also promised to do in our application, kind of a forecasting engine. So this forecasting engine enables to predict possible revenues from the theatrical window, actually all around the world except Germany and France, because they don't really publish systematic admissions and box office numbers. But what I need to say in this context that when you're using this, of course you need to take it a little bit of a pinch of salt. And this is because adjusting the model was actually quite hard, and we did it until the morning of the day we published it. So it's not like gonna definitely happen that if you have a certain drama film from Denmark, you will, I don't know, earn 200,000 from the Netherlands market. But what is probably correct is a relationship. So this much from Netherlands, this one much Belgium. The relationship is relevant because what we adjusted until the last moment is how much of data are we including, certain films that are only shown a little in certain markets, the festival presentations and so on and so forth. So it was, how to get it right. But at least the relationships, the relative proportions of things should be quite serious. Our data engineer or data analyst, Ksenia Mukhina, who was the main person behind that dashboard, basically said that forecasts with 82% probability. This number is more correct when it comes to more successful films. If it's going to be really unsuccessful, then probably the percentage is a bit lower. But of course, in many cases, because we have quite a bit of filters here, so in many cases the prediction relies on a very small number of films. So of course, the smaller the sample, the chances that it's going to get wrong. Anyway, that's the Tableau That's the dashboard we published last. These are the journeys of films across distribution windows in different markets. Yes, and of course here is a certain problem because this. I'm going to start with the problems already because, for instance, when we do these kinds of analytics, we never know what's the whole population. Yeah, because we don't know how many films are being produced in Europe of certain kinds, etc. Because we cannot trust that any of these databases that we're relying on is final or is perfect. And especially when we start to put together here, in this case, data from different sources, meaning Lumiere Pro or TMDB, etc., etc., then the overlaps are actually quite limited. So so there are many null values when it comes to certain distribution windows. So, but this is still a relatively substantial sample of about 50,000 films, and gives you a trend of what are the typical journeys of films across distribution windows in different contexts when it comes to films in certain genres, certain budgets, coming from certain countries, etc. Yes, and what I forgot to mention that is you can not only click on things on the dashboards, but when you hover with your pointer, then you get the precise numbers as well. So this is how it's used for researchers. You always get the correct numbers as well when doing hovering and writing things down. And on this dashboard, of course, we have this side box that gives the numbers. Anyway, and just to mention again that with all of these dashboards, we have published the particular data sets behind these dashboards. So any researcher can take the data and continue using this in the way they wish. Okay, and of course, when the whole database is being explained in something we call the data paper that is also published in Zenodo, and probably now it's time to update it because it was written a couple of months ago when we published the first dashboard, and now when we have already, because every dashboard we realize that we need to keep on adjusting something and changing something, actually then probably it's time to update the data paper as well. And just to highlight that actually we didn't have time to dig into so much of the data. So next up will be figuring out the relationship that I already mentioned between the showtimes data, admissions and box office numbers, how the showtimes and admissions numbers are actually coming together, what do they depend on, and the relative effect of festival success or festival performances, how do they affect the different exporting markets, and then other kinds of relationships. So I've already mentioning that we are definitely going to continue working on this data because there's so much of data. Luckily, we already secured the funding for our data engineers that can continue working us for, at this point, we can maybe say 1.5 years, that can continue building this database. We will write papers. We have a team in Portugal with whom we hope to collaborate. And so we are from Thailand, if you don't know. So what were the challenges then? Of course, there were many. As I've been mentioning, we constantly rework the database for various reasons, various technical reasons. But I already mentioned that we don't know what's the whole population. And the problem is that, which we know was coming, was connecting, making the databases to match. And this is for a very, very simple reason. There is no universally shared identifiers for films. Meaning that some of them are using maybe either, some of them are using IMDb, etc. For some, you can do the fuzzy matching using the director's name or titles, etc. But so much is still left out. You don't know if there are duplicates or maybe not. Because we are talking about tens and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of films, our film master, then you cannot do the handwork. You need to just hope that there's not so many duplicates and etc. etc. And of course, all these issues would be so easily solved if there would be open source identifiers out there. And this now relates to the next thing. So only a few days ago, what they promised is going to be one output of Work Package 2 as well. Is a report of how to think about the adoption of data standards and what kind of standards, etc., would have an effect on the competitiveness of European film economies. The evolution of data standards for audiovisual culture, audiovisual markets, has been my own research project for actually quite many years. I started in 2017. As a matter of fact, I never had really time to publish on this because there are always new research projects, etc., etc. But I've been doing interviews and studying standards documents for quite a long time. So finally, I get there, and now I'm actually writing the research papers as well. So what do I do in that report? So the argument is that, as I've been basically saying, that yes, we did fight about it, it was super hard to put it together because to make the different parts match, basically. The problem is that, as I said already, the data about films, their contributors, etc., is spread across so many different heterogeneous databases. It's very hard to connect. So, because main reason that identifiers for works, as well as for people, meaning professionals, are simply inconsistent. Every national system is using their own. Some are using IMDb, some are using that. To make any system to work easily across these different databases, data sources, is basically impossible. It's possible to an extent if you work really hard, but on a large scale, in a detailed way, good enough is just basically impossible right now. Or it would be impossible if we would be able to how to put it, all the main institutions to adopt all the same standards, basically, same identifiers. Why does it matter? Because we don't know, especially it matters, of course, when it comes to rights data. We don't know what's available for what market. Figuring out licensing issues, who has rights for what market, for how long, is super work intense, labor intensive for especially small distributors. This means that especially small films from small countries cannot travel easily because no distributor would make effort is often too big. Yeah. Workflows that cannot be automated. You need to do the spreadsheets, you need to do the emailing, etc., because you cannot automate across databases. You need to keep re-entering data from two different databases manually, etc., etc. So this is again labor intensive, especially when it comes to small players from small countries, small institutions. So, as we are talking about automation these days, big catalogs, where people could find films, small country films, it's not possible because the work to enable that, manual work, is just too much. Nothing can be really automated. Yes, I'm not going to go into the kind of problems anymore because I think I've been quite clear, but also obviously it makes any kind of analytics impossible for any party. We tried 3 years and we were somewhat successful, but actually I can tell that half of the database doesn't work because of the matching issues. Now, what would standards deliver? Less delivery errors, less rework, faster time to market across cinemas, broadcast and online platforms. What really matters is easier cross-border discovery by the consumers, but also especially for distributors and sales agents to really figure out what kinds of films are actually available where, who has the rights, and obviously better overview, better analytical overview, more informed any kinds of strategy or funding decisions that are basically possible right now. Or they are possible, but they're not really based on that much. So in the report, I actually go into a lot of detail, what standards are available, how they enable to make any kind of workflows easier or semi-automated or even automated. When it comes to production, versioning, etc., what kind of standards, what kind of data, metadata formats, and as well as kind of identifiers start traveling from the first day of shooting, basically, and how this can turn the production processes more effective, and how this data traveling with films about different aspects, how they're produced, can also already build the kind of the metadata system that would help in the distribution as well. Yes, but what needs to be, and then we talk about in the report. I'm also telling about distribution standards. So it's actually most of these standards that are relevant have been developed by various kinds of in very kind of public contexts, so public service institutions of various kinds, or even universities have developed things. But for instance, for online distribution, Netflix has developed a format called IMF that is kind of defines a standard package of versions, language, etc. that can travel with film that would make ingestion for any kind of platform, the smallest, all around the world, ingestion of films, again, automated, easy, etc. That would again be helpful for small country players too when it comes to distributing more effectively and without any friction. But I guess the main message in the context of the report, and this is also highlighted in now the recent State of European Film, is that what really would make a biggest effect if the European players would adopt a shared identifier, and our strongest recommendation is the EIDR that actually comes from the US context. Is the Movie Labs, the NGO that Hollywood studios put together, and already some 10 years ago they developed EIDR, that's the EIDR, most people say EIDR, which is basically the toy for films, that a very small metadata set, but it works in a kind of linked data environment, so you can link to it all kinds of other data very easily. It's kind of hub for the information cloud about any film. Why I'm mentioning ISAN here, ISAN is a bit older standard from European context, from the contextual advertising industry and collection agencies. So sometimes European authorities are requesting that films should also have ISAN. This is beneficial in some contexts as well. So it does help as well if ISAN is a second identifier adopted or used. But basically, if we would agree across Europe that either and ISAN would be adopted, then this would already make a big difference when it comes to films traveling, information being available, about films more easily, films becoming more available. You can automate all kinds of processes more easily. And what really matters here, that in this report we are not arguing for any new technology. These technologies, these systems are already in place. We just basically we will need to start adopting those. Yes. In the report, I'm talking about, yes, the EIDR and ISAN are identifiers for films. But in the report, I'm talking also about the emerging identifiers for filmmakers. So let me see if I have a slide. Yeah, okay. So ISNI is ISNI is kind of established kind of identifier for people. However, it is not really adjusted for the specifics of film industry, and it's not definitely adjusted for the automation of processes such as remuneration arriving to people in automated and quick and effective ways. So HAND is a relatively new initiative, again coming from the US content. It's part of the DOI family, similarly to IDER, and it's also connected to IDER, but basically HAND is there to automate all kinds of attaching money flows, rights, etc. to specific people. So again, if there would be a wide adoption now also in Europe when it comes to HAND, then this would enable completely much more effective workflows when it comes to remuneration of film professionals. Again, identifying the rights, whom do they belong, etc., much more effectively. So would support fair remuneration, easier processes, more effective processes, especially important for small players in Europe. Now, the report talks also a lot about linked data, because as a matter of fact, it's very difficult to change anything when it comes to databases, data systems. So it's not like we would need to start building master databases again, some centralized authority in Europe, but there are places already where the data is across Europe. Different institutions have their remits established by all kinds of public authorities. So what you need is not, and again, this is why we don't need a master database, but we need a system that enables to connect the database more effectively. This is why we need those identifiers. But we also need linked data architecture. So linked data, IDF, etc., semantic web, and so on. So this would enable a system where the databases are distributed, but they can exchange data in automated ways. After this, the kind of the relative fragmentation of Europe as a system of systems would not be a problem. And in this context, we also highlight a relatively new initiative called ORDE, Open Rights Data Exchange, which is emerging in the context of the Data Governance Act. If you don't know, then other recent data-related acts by the European Union are there to kind of limit the platforms and establish the more fair marketplace in this sense, or basically via the means of limitation. But Data Governance Act is there to empower facilitate the emergence of new European initiatives, new European systems, data management systems. And when it comes to creative industries, then ORDE is supposed to become this neutral data layer when it comes to rights data. And again, but this again presumes that the identifiers when it comes to film industry, the HAND and the ISNI and IDER, etc., are in place, enabling all this connection. Connection. And ORDE would then enable other initiatives, other platforms that can make licensing and rights sales, etc., much more effective. An example here is in the blockchain report, we talk about the content agent, which is exactly that kind of rights marketplace that would use the existing of ORDE as a kind of their back layer. Okay, so in the report we do also policy recommendations, very, very clear messages that all the European authorities, public funders of filmmaking, etc., should make it clear that in their ecosystems that they govern, identifiers such as IDER or ICE and ISNI HAND should be adopted. The line here about publish simple, stable delivery profile is basically a reference to the Netflix developed standard, package how to make the ingestion of your film package more easily. That enables then kind of localization of your film in whatever platform more effective. And of course, all the SMEs that to produce these outputs need clear guidelines, tooling, validation, and onboarding, how to do all these things. Definitely when it comes to their databases that they have nationally. Each country has their own, like in Estonia we have Estonian Film Database, Estonian Film Archive has certain rights, so certain functions in the country. So all of these should either adopt certain linked data systems either internally or at least externally, so that the output is in certain JSON-like ways, so that any linked data system externally can easily pick up that data that you nationally hold. Yes. And when I said the pilot neutral rights data infrastructure, so that's basically a reference to that initiative, such as all the Open Rights Data Exchange. Yes, and what really matters here, we don't need new specifications, we don't need new standards, new formats, everything is actually already there. We just need to keep adopting the right things in a coordinated, systematic manner, incentivize adoption, etc. Yes, and that was all for me. Read the report.
We hope to have time for at least 5 minutes after its presentation for questions and discussions. So, questions want to bring forward or comments? Yes, Jakob.
Yeah. In one way, you sound optimistic, Hendrik, but I think I was just speculating. I mean, how does concerns about digital sovereignty feed into your thoughts on data standards? I guess the presumption is that there's nothing neutral about digital infrastructures. At least there's concern about the potential neutrality of digital infrastructure. How does that feed into your thinking about this?
Infrastructures in Europe we must have. Now the question is, if we talk basically, if open standards are infrastructure, in a sense they of course are, but we are dealing with facilitating more effective market processes. So this is where openness cannot be disputed, needs to be there. What films are made in Europe, where they are, who has the rights, who are the makers. If film makes money in a certain obscure platform in Albania, then how the money can, in an as automated way, arrive at its makers. So this is, what we are toying here with needs to be quite open. Or then, in an hour or so, I will talk about the blockchain report as well. Some parts of that, I own the rights for that films, and I have, keys to change the data about my films and my rights, etc. And then, of course, there are certain people, etc., or institutions have a right to change. The question is, what institutions are there that are taking place of those infrastructures, and who has the rights to change data in these relatively decentralized systems of systems. And this is why it's important that because rights management has never been a public affair. It's always been a private affair. The private sector institutions have been dealing with this. But right now, with Order, etc., we are moving towards this semi-public situation where public authorities are facilitating the emergence of these kinds of institutions. They are not still public, actually. They have to be these neutral intermediaries, but they are facilitated because public authorities see that it's worthwhile. There's a certain function. In Estonia, we played with that possibility that public sector creates a certain new database for rights in Estonia. But again, it seems to be that this needs to be this kind of relatively neutral intermediate enabled by the public authorities, but not the public agency.
Can I, Jakob, to your point, and Indrek to you as well, we have some examples like the DCP standard, which de facto is a global agreement. It's basically a studio facilitated the standard, which now has both open source and commercial applications, and de facto runs the whole business. And we've definitely seen with AI also some new community standards, not in audiovisual, but primarily on media, that are transatlantic by their nature. And I think one of the things what we could probably highlight or put forward is that the sovereignty discussions, which are very popular right now, need to be weighed against an overall competitive benefit, Indrek, as you definitely said.
We are all academics. Is toy undermining our sovereignty? No, seriously, I mean, it's the same discussion, right? So, yes, I'm actually completely proposing the adoption of standards such as IDER that comes from the Hollywood context, basically. But this is where but this is deliberately built up because the industry saw that in the US saw that what the global marketplace needs is this public layer, the open standards, onto which one can play, build other functions, such as I basically mentioned, that we need order as a neutral information layer about rights. And on top of this, then initiatives such as Content Agent can build these marketplaces, for instance. Marketplace run by basically a private institution, such as, Marché du Film being, that's actually semi-public, right? But any basically market running on top of information, publicly available information.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to Jakob and Marius. Thank you very much, Andrew.
So which way?
She'll join tomorrow.
All right. Do you hear me? Okay. I don't know if this is actually on, but maybe it's not really necessary.
Why we're so dark?
Too dark. Too dark in the room. Yeah.
We can't see you.
No. That's,
Jakob, you talk about cinema. Hey, come on.
Yeah. Small film markets, comparative and cross-sectoral perspectives. We the work package that was tasked with comparing things. That's how we usually like to describe ourselves. But we started off doing a baseline report that contains portraits of all our industries, which contained contributions from all of you, which was a real pleasure to organize, consisting of portraits on the one hand, also comparisons within the various CresCine ecosystems, the 7 ecosystems, and then also a lot of comparisons between those and larger European markets, which contained some of the quantitative analyses, not dissimilar to what Indrek was talking about, but framed and used slightly differently, and also some qualitative components. But one of the other things that Work Package 3 was tasked with was to have a kind of framing function within the project to develop a theoretical model for small European film ecosystems. And we did develop this model in connection with our first deliverable, and we call it CEFIM, or the Small European Film Ecosystems Model. And we are actually returning to this model again towards the end here of the project, revisiting the model, and our final deliverable will actually consist of a more deep dive into specific kinds of, let's say, sectors, you might say, within our various ecosystems. And Marius will say a bit more about the final deliverable, but I could say that at least each of these articles that are written for this final report, they go into some kind of discussion and dialogue with this particular model. But maybe Marius will say a little bit more about the final deliverable first.
A little bit larger, but yeah. We're not going to
be talking too much about the model now. Most of you have heard us talk about it a lot. We will be talking about it slightly again tomorrow. So we'll be doing that. But what we sort of did not go very deeply into in the first deliverable was sort of the actual question of competitiveness. We identified these 4 orientations, 4 ways that these industries sort of compensate for the lack of a home market that's commercially viable. And in this deliverable, we are trying to more address specific competitiveness issues within these. And again, most of that is in the introduction, which we'll not be talking about now, but tomorrow. And we have these, as you can see, these various examples where we are sort of deep diving into some of these aspects. Like and Jakob here are writing about production incentives and some of the challenges towards balancing the need for local crews for local films and jobs on international films. We have a very interesting piece coming from Judith Burnin on the Irish language films in Ireland, because in many aspects, of course, most Irish films are in English, and they travel differently when they are in Irish. And what we'll be talking about more today is some of the more infrastructure-oriented points, because I think that's also one of the things that have really come to fore as we've been working with this project, that there are these various infrastructural or structural in various ways aspects of this competitiveness that help and compete. So Jakob will shortly be talking about cinemas. I will be talking a little bit about distributors, and Catherine will be talking a little bit about VODs, so the stuff we like to talk about. So, Jakob.
Yes, this is the model you all remember and cherish, obviously. But
iconic.
My talk today is more tied to what we term the cultural resonance avenue, where, I mean, the basic premise is that you lean into the cultural historical specificity that we have within each of our markets. And that's something that the entire ecosystem leans into. The funding infrastructure, the production patterns, the way the distribution landscape is set up. You could even argue that some of the training can lean into that in various ways. So cultural resonance is not simply popular. It's developing films that resonate with larger audiences, but they're on the basis of what you could call like cultural historical specificity. Our local IP, our local folklore, our socialects, our dialects. It could also be essentially tied to particular figures, public figures, and so forth. But what I want to talk about today is something that's turning into an article that looks in particular on cinema infrastructure. And because that is one of these little cultural resonance instruments that can have particular kinds of functions in terms of the significance to cultural resonance orientation as such. And for this particular analysis, I'm looking at Lithuania and Denmark. So to start off, they have a couple of commonalities. They actually are among the CresCine markets with the highest domestic market share. So at least the films that are being produced have some kind of strong connection to their local audiences. But you can still see from this graph that there are some differences still in terms of how efficiently they reach the local audience. And one of the explanations as to why this difference exists could be related to cinema infrastructure. So if we look at cinemas in Denmark and Lithuania, first of all, we have to acknowledge there's a vast difference in terms of number. So one of the things that I did together with the aid of both the Lithuanian Film Center and also a distributor in Lithuania called Acme Films, is that I was able to place the cities, the cinemas of Denmark and Denmark in differently sized cities. And you can see that there's a major difference in terms of the representation of cinemas in smaller towns and villages, essentially. So if we look at Denmark, for instance, we have more than 100 cinemas in communities where you have less than 30,000 inhabitants. And in Lithuania, you have 3 or 4 cinemas, depending on whether you count a cinema that's actually undergoing multi-year construction work. So there's a vast difference in terms of the cinema infrastructure, in terms of number, and in terms of coverage. And we are doing, with the help of Marius, 2 interactive maps, one for Lithuania, one for Denmark, where you can look at the population density of the 2 countries and see where are the cinemas placed, how many screens do they have, and so forth. And that's interesting in itself, because this data is using what's called a quadrant map. And you can also use that data to actually tie it to other kinds of socio-demographic data. Let's say you want to start a new cinema in some place in Lithuania, and well, what is the educational level? What is the unemployment rate? And so forth. You can match it with other kinds of data going forward. We haven't done that yet. For the time being, we're just looking at cinema coverage. But that in itself is also quite interesting. So that's the first difference in terms of the sheer number of cinemas. 170 in Denmark currently, as opposed to 22 if we count the Naglis cinema in Palanga that's being renovated. And here you can see this similar map in Lithuania, and how the concentration of cinemas also quite different. So many of the cinemas are in larger cities, essentially. But here's when it becomes kind of more interesting to see how can this have an impact on cultural resonance. So for Denmark, there's very good data in terms of very granular data on domestic market share. So we can actually see in the Danish data set the domestic market share for cinemas in differently sized cities. So the basic pattern here is that the smaller the city, the higher the domestic market share. In essence, they go to see local films in your community-run cinemas to a much larger extent than they do in the larger urban areas. And the extremity is the capital region of Copenhagen, where there's a domestic market share of 22.9%. It's almost, about half of what it is in small community cinemas. And then people will probably say, well, it's because they're small in scale. They're not that small in scale, actually. So if you look at the share of admissions going to domestic films, cinemas in these small rural areas, let's say if we have, as I have done, collected for cinemas in cities with less than 30,000 inhabitants, they make out 28.5% actually of the overall admissions to domestic films. On a yearly basis, this is close to 900,000 admissions. So of course, you're asking yourself, okay, we don't have these cinemas in Lithuania. Are we missing the equivalent of 900 admissions in Lithuania? It's probably not that simple, obviously. But that's a kind of speculation. So 3 takeaways: the smaller the city, the higher the market share. And then cinemas are also, at least in the smaller communities, they're very important as an engine actually driving up the domestic market share. It's also not just a question of repertoire, because you would think, okay, it's because they don't show blockbusters. Not the case. They show the US blockbusters as well. They don't run them as long as they run the local films. That's probably one of the major differences, which came out of an interview that I did with the head of the sub-union of rural cinemas. So that's another point. And also, they are not these cinemas in smaller communities, they're not insignificant either in terms of the overall admissions to all films, regardless of whether they're national or non-national. So admissions to these films in these small communities, they constitute across a 10-year period. So it's not just a little glimpse, it's across a 10-year period. They constitute 21.4% of the overall admissions, which is more in 3 big cities in Denmark combined, like Odense, Aalborg, and Aarhus. So they are also important in that sense. And then the second question that popped up is the cultural centers. I'm looking at Romanas because this is kind of Romanas means the cultural centers are kind of let's say a potential alternative to having community-run cinemas in Lithuania. But they are very different, I would have to say. The cinemas, the 170 cinemas in Denmark, also the community-run cinemas, they show films on a regular basis. Several daily screenings usually, or at least several weekly screenings. The cultural centers tend to show films maybe once a month, maybe once a fortnight, maybe the more active ones once a week. So they obviously they don't really operate as cinemas in the same way that the cinemas operate in Denmark. And confusingly, a few cinemas in Denmark call themselves cultural centers, but they're not cultural centers in the sense of the cultural centers in Lithuania. So it's quite interesting, but this data is also part of the collection of data that the Lithuanian Film Center orchestrates. So the question then arises, well, okay, what does this then mean in the Lithuanian case? Unfortunately, we don't have data in Lithuania that allows us to do a domestic market share analysis in the same way that we did for Denmark, because the data is simply not reported in that way. But what I did with the kind aid of Acme Films, a distributor in Lithuania, and with NAFTA, or Inscript, producer Lucas Tremonis, is I could do a specific study on Southern Chronicles. And Southern Chronicles is the best performing film of all time in Lithuania. It premiered January last year, January 2025, and had 412,000 admissions in a country where you have 2.9 million citizens. So, and quite a substantial share of the population in Lithuania saw this film. If you compare to population size, it was a bigger hit than The Last Viking, for instance, or Checkered Ninja. So it was a major success. And with the kind assistance of Acme Films, I could actually do a distribution of admissions in Lithuania in both cinemas and cultural centers. So that was really interesting to see, because this film, it completely maxed out the cinema infrastructure in Lithuania. It was screened, it had a run in all cinemas in Lithuania. Every single cinema in operation showed Southern Chronicles. It was also screened in close to all cultural centers. Actually, it was screened in more places than there are official cultural centers in Lithuania, so it even maxed out the max. It's quite incredible. And this particular film is also a bit unusual because it has a cross-demographic appeal that also speaks to younger audiences, to teenage audiences, and younger audiences generally, I would say. But still, if we look at this particular film as an example of a film that maxed out the potential of cinema infrastructure in Lithuania, you can still see that the data shows us that admissions for this particular film in cities with less than 30,000 admissions, combining both the cinemas and the cultural centers, still we arrive at 8.3% of the overall admissions. In a Danish case, for the baseline, the average Danish film generates these 28.5% admissions. So you can still see that at least potentially you're leaving a lot of admissions on the floor, potentially at least. So this is actually one of the questions that I put to Lucas Tremonis, the producer of Southern Chronicles, and also some of my Lithuanian cooperative partners in this case. What you have to do then, of course, in a case like Lithuania, you essentially really have to train your audience. They have to be very mobile, because Lithuania is twice the size of Denmark, so you have to travel further to a cinema. You also have to train your audience in terms of striking fast. You have very few screens, so the window in which you can see a film is also quite short. So many different factors have to come together. And I would say that Southern Chronicles is, to me, it's kind of a unicorn. Like, it's incredible that this is even possible, I have to say. But if you have to, let's say, endorse the production of more examples of a film like Southern Chronicles, there are some prospects. One of the producers that we interviewed for this project is called Kęstutis Dastauskas, and his suggestion was we need a public chain of cinemas, and it would be a bit like having community-run cinemas in Denmark. That might be a solution. For various reasons, it has not come to fruition, although he suggested this more than 10 years ago. It's very, very difficult to change cinema infrastructure. And with the current streaming landscape, you would probably think, are we putting more cinemas into the world? Is that what you're suggesting? But in a way, yes. And in Lithuania, this actually might be quite important to do that. Otherwise, you certainly have to be extremely creative, very good at marketing, have very skilled distributors in terms of exploiting the cinema infrastructure that actually exists. If we turn to the Danish case, the Danish Film Act, actually, in its first provision, the first chapter, states that it's legally obliged to not just support the productions of film, but also film culture and cinema culture. And you could ask yourself, are they living up to that task the way that they should? At least the head of the sub-union that I interviewed argued that, well, we cannot really apply for funding to refurbishing our cinemas, for instance. This is only available for the art cinemas in the country currently. So they are a bit of a tough spot in terms of the technical infrastructure. They have to essentially rely on private funds. We happen to live in a country where there are quite a number of private funds, so it has been possible. And I mean, we have community-run cinemas in a village with less than 3,000 inhabitants that have Dolby Atmos sound, for instance. It's something you don't quite expect to happen. So they do they're very skilled at actually acquiring money like that. But I do think that there's a really strong connection between domestic output, funding infrastructure, particularly what's called the market scheme in Denmark, and local audiences or rural audiences, and that you should be careful not to take that for granted. Because the only reason why we have the cinema infrastructure is actually because many of them, half of the cinemas in Denmark are community run. So they don't really run on a for-profit basis. A few people are paid, but essentially it's based on volunteer work. But commercially, they are kind of important, not to the cinema owners, but to the producers and the distributors. So you have to nourish this infrastructure, actually, even particularly in this point in time where they're under a significant pressure. But I think that's at least what I'll say for now. There are more things to add in terms of some of these policy implications and reflections. But that's it for me.
Yes, I will try to be brief. I've lost a little bit track of time. How much time do we have for this session now?
We still have 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. Yes. Then I'll be as brief as has time to be. So, again, I'm also looking, and with my colleague Andre, sitting back here, looking at infrastructure. We are looking more specifically at distributors, also looking at Denmark, maybe also then Portugal. And what we're looking at here is the role of trying to begin to look at more specifically the role of the domestic distributor and the domestic distributor landscape in infrastructure, because it's a kind of under-researched phenomenon. We are often talking about distributors as gatekeepers, or we are talking about the US Hollywood role of distributors. But we often then talk about distributors in what I refer to as sub-distributors, how they act when they are distributing films that have already been released somewhere, acquiring films from another country, etc. But of course they also do, traditionally at least, most of the marketing, and when you are releasing a film as a first-run distributor, you are of course making that marketing. Often in close connection with the producers. In some countries, maybe it is the producer that does it, and the distributor just puts it in the cinemas. But from that aspect, we thought, well, two aspects sort of that would make a great distributor for a domestic film would be, well, first of all, that they have a great market cap. They have a large share of the market because that will give them leverage over cinemas, etc. You come with a lot of more attractive movies. You can get better show times and so on. And secondly, that the distributor had experience with local films. And in the leftmost of these two figures, that's what you're seeing. So you're seeing the average market share of all films, and you can see Norsk, Los Mundo Aducias, I'm not trying to pronounce that correctly, as this large dot that have 60% on average. They're actually another company that's slightly larger last year in this period of the market cap. So it's a huge, huge distributor. Used to have a lot of Hollywood output deals. And they're also releasing about 8 Portuguese films a year. And then you also have, on the very right of the leftmost figure, at least for me, the Nordisk Film in Denmark, which released about 11 Danish films every year, and was also one of the top distributors. Usually the top one, but you could see also pretty close is SFBio, the Swedish one. And as well, I suppose also UIP, pretty close. So from that perspective, you could think that these two are perfect candidates for a local film. But if you look at the other figure, you see the average yearly share of domestic emissions only. So how much of the domestic emissions went through the Nordisk Film and Norsk respectively, and how big the share of emissions for the company was from domestic films. So you can see that in this sense, you can see that the y-axis becomes sort of how important is this company to the local industry. And you can see that Nordisk Film goes up into the 70% range. So 2/3 or more than 2/3 of all the domestic emissions, which are quite a few in Denmark, are to films that are released by Nordisk Film. So obviously key, and to such an extent that you might also say that, well, that's a bit much. And we see similarly also that Norsk has about 60% of all admissions to Portuguese films are through Norsk. But the big difference between these two companies is, of course, that while the Portuguese industry is then highly dependent on Norsk, Norsk does not depend on the Portuguese industry. Only 4% of their admissions come from Portuguese films. And of course, you can say, well, 4% is also the average admissions for domestic films in Portugal, so maybe that's not so bad. But then, on the other hand, about 70% of the admissions for Nordisk come from Danish films, which is about twice the average domestic market share of Danish films. So while Nordisk obviously is very important to the Danish industry. The Danish industry is also very important to Nordisk. But there are also two other key differences between these companies that made it interesting for us to start to use these two as a starting point to look at these things. Because you could say that they are also similar in the sense that they are vertically integrated with cinemas. They are both in the sort of the company that runs the biggest cinema chains in both countries, with Norsk being quite a lot bigger than Nordisk, relatively speaking, as well. But where Norsk is integrated with distributors and exhibitors, they are not integrated in production. On the other hand, Nordisk is. And so about a little more than half, almost 2/3 of all their films that they release are sort of in-house productions, you could say. But that also means that they are a big distributor for other Danish films. And Nordisk is also situated within a conglomerate that is more cultural industries oriented in general, publishing, games, television in Norway at least, and so on, whereas Norsk is integrated within a more telecommunications group. So they have a very different connection to the whole industry on an overall corporate structural level. So again, I'll stop here now. Hopefully it was not too confusing. You can ask me questions later. But the point is sort of trying to tease out how, because one of the things that is interesting here is, of course, that Norsk could potentially benefit a lot from investing in the kind of Portuguese films that Portuguese would go to, because they are also the biggest cinema owner. And we also know from other CresCine research that if you increase the domestic market share, you probably also increase the total admissions to cinemas. So why is that not happening? Is, at least to me, a really interesting question that we will be looking at going forward. Catherine?
We'll continue the infrastructure discussion, and we are turning to video-on-demand services as infrastructure for the distribution of our films. This is a topic that I've been looking into already in deliverable 3.1, where we've come to the striking but maybe not so surprising conclusion that the films from small markets do circulate on VOD to a degree that is comparable to the market, to the larger markets, but they really struggle to get onto the big global VOD platforms internationally, but also domestically. Few of our films are offered by the global platforms. Doing that calculation in these overall terms troubled me later on, because it glosses over significant differences there are between free video-on-demand services, transactional video-on-demand, SVOD, and so on. And it also glosses over differences in the development of VOD markets across Europe, which is a topic that I'm also researching outside of CresCine. Now, in the chapter that I'm co-authoring together with Sten Kauber, we wanted to look more closely at the distribution of Danish and Estonian films at home and abroad. I wish I could have brought you a nice slide that compares the distribution of Estonian and Danish film at home, but I'm looking at Indrek. Data is missing. We had very good data on the distribution of Danish film on VOD at home, but for Estonia, key platforms, particularly the Estonian public service broadcast, was missing from all the data sets that we had access to. So we couldn't do the comparison on that level, and it highlights that there is a lack of access to knowledge with the lack of data. To summarize, what we found for Denmark was that the VOD services differed very, very much in the type of domestic film that they are showing to audiences, and also the type of domestic film that they are buying. But together in Denmark, the public service institutions, the VOD service that's run by the libraries, and then the global VOD services and the local commercial ones, they covered basically all the output that is being made in Denmark. So technically everything that is produced in Denmark is available to audiences, and they have a choice of different platforms. The popular films will be easy to find everywhere, but there are also platforms where you can find the less popular, the cultural resonance that is not through popularity. It is a balanced spectrum. What I'm going to show you here now is how the distribution looks internationally. There we've also looked at what kinds of platforms circulate our movies, but we've also tried to take the orientations model and run with it by classifying our films into the most popular domestic films, the films that have an export track record in the theatrical window, which was export to 3 or more international markets. We have taken the data that we had from festivals, namely looking at the films that have received nominations to the 16 festivals plus awards that we've been looking at in the Liverpool 3.1. And then lastly, we looked at the films that have none of these markers of orientation, you can see. And the reason why we were doing that was the interest in finding out where the VOD distribution internationally breaks the orientation that our films have in the theatrical window, and whether there would be differences between Denmark and Estonia. And long story short, no. What we see clearly in this data is those films that have an export track record theatrically are also those films that go to most markets on VOD and to most services. Domestic popularity doesn't really increase the international distribution. Nominations at festivals do, but we also know that they also increase the theatrical distribution. And then for the films that have none of these orientation markers, which are also markers for pay attention to this film as an audience, but also as a buyer, they really struggle to get international attention. And if, like, 6 of our Danish films you are able to combine all of these factors, domestic popularity, export, and festival nominations, then you are also going to be really successful in the VOD distribution. So this leads us in our piece to the policy conclusion that policies that help the international circulation of small market films theatrically are also useful for helping the circulation on VOD. Yes, there are films that suddenly get to a lot of markets on VOD, but it is not the rule. And we also have to pay attention to what kinds of platforms are showing the films. And we need an approach that is balanced across the global SVODs, the local services, the niche services or third-tier platforms that are specialized, and acknowledge that our films have different values to those platforms. We need to look more into what value our films create for different platforms, with looking at also what audience are we addressing, the domestic or the international one. So that was all from me for the VOD infrastructure. I also wanted to mention on this first slide with the table of content
for the deliverable, we forgot to mention that there is also a paper by Margot Sata and Gosia about collective agility, where they're looking at Portugal, Flanders, and Estonia as markets that manage to overcome challenges of small markets by working together across sectors.
Okay, so questions or comments?
Nobody pays any attention to any movies being shown on TVs. This hasn't been touched in any analysis. No?
The VOD overlaps to some extent because some of these are obviously the catalogs of television, but it remains a bit of a difficult thing. You know, in Denmark we have data access for how it's been shown on television, but again, it was something that's simply very, very difficult to collect in the first place. So that's why we didn't really do it in the first deliverable, and that's why we're also not really looking at movies being shown on TV now.
I have a comment on the nose issue.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
It's not a comment, it's more of a question, and I think it also might be applicable in other markets. I would be curious in knowing. Because the main reason why NOS doesn't invest in production directly is because they don't see an end game in terms of profits. And it has to do precisely with what you mentioned, which is the structure of the overall company. So the figures we've seen here are for a specific company inside the group. But if you put on top of that the telco component, then the film business becomes too small to be able to have any, let's call it internal power before the stakeholders. One of the reasons for that also has to do with the fact that production is seen as too risky. So they prefer to have a minimum guaranteed model whereby they can have a saying in some aspects of production instead of trying to invest directly, and that would imply obviously funding. So that would imply that if it was not, it probably would be private funding. So they would have to get loans. That would have an impact in their balance sheets. And I think it's purely a financial issue. So it's not that much of an understanding of the market per se, but it's probably a financial issue, because what you see, for instance, in Spain is the opposite. Companies that came from production and then invested in distribution and exhibition, they remain in production. In the case of NOS, it's the opposite. They came, so because they basically bought a company who was a producer and distributor. So I'm not sure if if you've noticed any parallel with other countries, but the fact that they are part of a group, at least for me, is extremely important.
I think I agree that that's important. I've heard also similar sort of interest in from it was a period where some Norwegian VODs really went into Norwegian films, but these were basically power companies, you know, that had the grid lights, so that paid the broadband.
Take the microphone, because the guys online don't hear.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes, I think that is a key issue, that sometimes, you know, the film business ends up in a corner of a larger company. I think one of the other companies or distribution we would like to look at is, for instance, is Blitz in Croatia, which is also a German company that runs most of the cinemas and is the biggest distributor in Croatia. And one of the issues I also again heard from the Norwegian exhibitors is that, well, when the exhibition landscape becomes difficult all over the world, then of course then maybe the Norwegian branch is not your first priority for the Odeon chain, for instance, and maybe the Croatian cinemas are not the first priority of Blitz. I don't know, because I don't know the people, but you could start to imagine things like that. And I think that's a key difference, that not only is Nordisk always been a vertically integrated company, but they're also within Egmont, which is, yes, it's a large transnational company, but all their businesses are cultural industry oriented somehow. And the same thing goes for SF Studios, even though they're not in cinemas anymore. They also are part of a large Bonnier corporation, which also came from publishing. And I think that also changes some things, how they view risk and how they view the value of these parts of the company.
I just have one addition to this conversation, and it's something that came up in one of the interviews that I did for the cinema infrastructure piece, which I find again and again. It's the basic premise of you water the plants that grow. And this is something that we see all across, and it's very difficult to make a sort of strategic change, a turnaround. Because in the case of NOS, you would think, well, wouldn't you be incentivized to go into production essentially because you're in a way feeding your own consortium logics and interests? And these kinds of transitions, we've come across them in many cases, that seems to be kind of an issue that you sort of, you water the plants that grow, essentially. In all, let's say, the policy interventions that you actually introduce and how the industry is run, essentially. Yes.
Croatian basketball skills.
But I want to talk about Dražan, you know. I mean, we can maybe make a case study of this new movie, and I'm saying that because it's connected to the Blitz infrastructure and Duplicat as the distributor, because the film Wedding, that is on now in the cinemas, it has over 500,000 admissions only in Croatia, 1 million in Serbia, Bosnia and Slovenia, and it's over of the Titanic, which was most ever seen film in Croatia since Croatia. So it's a really interesting case study of a movie that it looks like, you know, somebody was listening, you know, to the state of the European film first part, you know, like recommendations of making a cultural resonance movie which connects, you know, like countries from former Yugoslavia, you know, so it's, and using, you know, like the distribution and the whole infrastructure of the Blitz Cinestar and the cinema network, the independent cinema network, for, you know, like boosting the so it's really a kind of a phenomena of so I mean you can really make a case study of
It
it.
doesn't count, two of us, we haven't seen the movie
Yeah,
yet.
so you know, so it's still going on.
Yeah, could try and me.
Okay, hear me? My name is Romanas Matulis. I'm from Lithuania, a very big friend of Jakob. I actually should agree and maybe comment a bit about this specific phenomenon on the local films and performing of these films in a local market, because recalling everything what Indrek said, that we are living in an age of data, and when you got this data is not only just numbers. Data is some kind of profiling of your audiences. You should know who are those people who are going to cinema, who buy the tickets and want to see your movie. So the Southern Chronicles, and I believe the Weddings in current ex-Yugoslavian territories. I recall the movie by Emir Kusturica, The Black Cat and the White Cat. It was globally recognized in the era of DVDs, you know, and we watched this movie everywhere, and we laughed because it touched some specific areas in our kind of thinking. So what I wanted to say, that if you had data, you could start from the very beginning, writing a script based on the data, knowing actually and forecasting and predicting that this should trigger some things in the audiences. And I know that some of the scripts, they're traveling throughout the countries. The movies which were very popular in, for example, Estonia or Lithuania, they could have been adapted to the Croatia as well, with implementing some very Croatian style of jokes, but the narrative is still the same. And I think this could be just one of the maybe topics of another researches, just to compare based on data and based on maybe other patterns with the help of Jakob and Indrek, how it should proceed with other, like, constructing our success. Thank you.
So, if there are no
Enjoy
more
the
questions,
silence.
we'll go for a very short break, so 10 minutes, and then we'll come back for the last presentation before lunch, and we'll have the lunch earlier than what was initially foreseen. So thank you very much.
By the way, good to see you. And we might have a date with this Netflix exec at noon tomorrow. No, what is it today? It's Friday, Sunday.
Exactly.
Noon Sunday.
How are you?
I'm very good. We arrived yesterday. And,
Just
see sometimes we are overlapping doing the same stuff like all the time, and I have actually noticed that the WP4 and WP5 are some findings are quite the same, but it's important because we work, because I know internally we work the same, we find out the same projects, so it's okay, and our policy recommendations will be the same. Ja, genau, ich glaube, was die Idee ist,
yes, there are these different patterns,
different in terms of
nobody uses them. So it's not like yes, they do exist. I think what really
How far did you run yesterday?
compare
The next few days will be like custom meets.
When you always say that, okay, I need money from government, so where is the business? You should start this kind of transition of this very comfortable bubble you got. Okay, I get funded, so I'm not funding, so this transition could work
I have some questions about what you said. I was keeping
the environment, it's not the thing that I like it, because getting this other kind of living institutions to oversee with some
aga tegelikult mitu aastat tagasi neil see plaanis koos teadusega
system, and they should feel that it is worth for buying the services. This is the point when I was asking ask me, okay, so what are you selling? I'm selling all the time, but they are not actually buying. So this is like the point that we should solve.
Driving many this moving here from one of the coordinators.
tema on saanud, saab edasi anda ja võib-olla midagi ja ainult
Reminds me a little bit about but here you have industry, researchers, and stakeholders. That's kind of the triangle for this particular
because our cluster somehow has grown without any triangle, because we don't have any science or research institutions, or we had it formally, but this institution didn't help us to grow at all. It was just one of the requirements to apply to some funding that you should have this university. Okay, we have this university, we have this collaboration agreement, let's go. Yeah, it's on paper, and it's still on paper. Like we got finally in top academia in CresCine. So I finally have reached this angle, but internationally. And I'm just jumped into another level, like leading all this
So you don't really have somebody collaboration with
now we got
researchers.
sort of the full EU, which you know, but they are very researchers. They are at university, they are academy, they are and so now she's becoming one of the very. I have a joke. I don't know if I'm brave enough to say the joke, but I'm presenting the material which has been written by my two colleagues, and both are on maternity leave currently, and I'm not the father. So, absolutely, I'm in Europe, you know. I'm not the system of Trump. That's fine.
Good to see you guys.
Remember that last year?
Yeah, I said I agreed to some kind of assessment.
We applied for a grant.
Yeah, I remind me again what I have to do. No, I mean, but in terms of if the grant comes through.
It's basically to establish a dialogue with countries where we would go to listen to meetings where we will discuss things related to.
So I can give you the floor. In the worst case, you can rely on those slides.
You've told me. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, go ahead.
And we'll treat you well in
Yeah, I would love to go back to you guys again. So, yeah.
I will be in touch with you with all the details.
Yeah, I remember you had to go into the platform or some sort. It worked out in the end. I forget the workaround. It somehow worked, yeah.
You have to register logins and then there's
Neko nije iz regiona reagirati na taj film. Znaš, da li će ove, znaš, što to ne znaš, oni se fotograf, pa će mi se skrivati o naš Hrvati Srbije, onako,
Yeah, I do remember the process.
to u našem kontekstu kao sve
Okay, so everyone, let's resume. We will now focus on innovations with Etienne and Indrek.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the pleasure to introduce the work we've done in the work package 4 that is innovation in small European film markets. As you all know, this is still a work package that was led, project is completely finished yet, at Film House, but they gave me the honor of doing this this introduction. We could not present everything that we did in even this last year, but even more in the last 3 years. So we decided to focus on very few tasks, but still a few words about the other tasks that took place. There is one that is dealing with AI innovation on small film markets, especially with the 6-month pilot. What's very important there is that, as you may know, at the moment we submitted the proposal for the project, ChatGPT was not even known yet. They became known a few months after. So as you can imagine, this was not foreseen initially. But we have a very flexible team of researchers and companies, so we decided to include it as one activity, and of course in that work package. You see here some of the results and the recommendations that derive. Not going to go through all of them, but that's really important. Is that in the research that we've done, we could see
that the technology is here. Of course, technology is going to improve, but it's not so much about creativity, at least not yet. As you know, it's evolving very, very quickly. So it's more about efficiency, especially now. I derive from that, from the recommendations, that an attention should be given to the creative side, to support education, knowledge sharing, and also crucial. We mentioned the notion a few times in this section, especially respect intellectual property rights, respect ownership as important aspects also for then the building up of the technology and of course of the sector in general. Another important aspect, bias in training data. Yeah, I could talk about this for 15 minutes, I'm not going to do that. Another crucial task, this one was foreseen, but there are also a lot of things going on in that field, comes to green innovation. So how to make sure that, of course we have new things, new ways of producing especially, but it's also important the environmental sustainability of this innovation. So the analysis that was performed there, especially looking at the production practices, finding that there's a lot of things going on, but with an uneven adoption. Highlighting the importance of developing skills around it, and the importance also of standard and certification there, a bit in connection to what Indrek mentioned in relation to data, but here more about green. So the derived policy recommendation is that we need, based with this diversity, but also unevenness, we need some common sustainability framework, we need some certification systems, and these ones might need funding. Also, when it comes to funding, I will also come back to that actually when I go more in the policy recommendation, but we need more training, we need more development for the skills, especially when it comes to green innovation. And probably there is some knowledge sharing that can happen within Europe. Obviously, we could see between our CresCine markets that's somewhere more in advance at this moment than others. So that could be one, but of course, in general, between the member states in Europe. You can find this and other results in CresCine, of course, with more development. For the blockchain, I'm not going here because it could be developed afterwards, but I want to spend some time on one of the latest outcomes for the project, and in particular for Work Package 4, where we look at, based on all the work we've done around innovation in general, we look at some policy, innovation policy recommendation, in particular for small film markets. A few words about innovation to understand the recommendations that we make here. What's really important in the understanding of innovation, or the other way around, as academic would say, the way we conceptualize innovation, is that we don't consider innovation as something coming from one person or even one organization. Innovation is systemic. It's not a genius in one lab having a eureka and finding everything, but it's more like a collective, a cumulative process. Besides, because this is about innovation in general, besides if you talk about film innovation, or at least innovation in creative sectors, there beyond the organizational or maybe purely technological aspect, you also have an aesthetic aspect. And then, for all these reasons, you have also institutional importance. That means that if you want to consider the innovation systems, in particular in film sectors, in film industries, you need to look at the coordination mechanisms, the institutional design that are behind this innovation. Then, when it comes to policies, what is important maybe to identify as maybe a bias is that innovation policy, because of everything I've said before, it's not just a correction to market failure. It's not simply because, okay, maybe some funding is not well allocated, and then we correct that a bit like on the side. Really, don't think like this. Here the idea is that really you have innovation systems. And as such, you need an intervention that at least ensures that the architecture of these innovation systems is working correctly. when it comes also to the current development of sectors, in the case of films here, but honestly that would apply to at least all creative sectors, you need to think also in terms of the interactions between the sector and the related adjacent sectors. For example, in our case, education. Education will come back often. Tourism, because if some, for example, a film is shot somewhere, it becomes successful, it might attract tourists there. But also because simply shooting somewhere might attract also funding directly. It can be connected to healthcare, it can be related to digital services with all the innovation that are taking place. So really what we wanted to discuss, to analyze in this part of the research and the empirical aspect of the research is think about what are the innovation policies that exist, why they are necessary, especially in small markets, and the forms then, becoming more practical and going to recommendations, the form that this policy can take to strengthen innovation, really considering them as systems and not just having a bit like adoption of this technology here and there. How did we do that? Basically, we divided a bit the work, so we had 2-3 different phases. First, we went for a general overview. We did the mapping, doing a lot of desk research, thanks to the sources that you helped us gather. We did interviews, thanks to the contacts that you helped us also approach, so that we had a general knowledge of how it works, innovation in the film industries, innovation policy or the lack of innovation policy in our small markets. Then we decided that to not remain too high level, we should focus. We took Estonia as a case with a research led by a university. And then there was a workshop-style focus group organized with representatives from the industry, from really going from policy to practitioners to professionals to academia, to really try to go more in depth in terms of what can be said about the level of innovation and what should be done. So consider the result and afterwards really as a combination of both somehow. What did we find with the workshop? First, that what you see is that there are a lot of actors that are actors in these film innovation systems, and that are necessary in these systems, but unfortunately they are getting increasingly misaligned. The diversity, that would be the case for all the systems we're looking at. Maybe the misalignment can be a variable depending on the system materials in the case of Estonia that are increasingly misaligned. So you have, of course, the creative workers. That's the one anyone would think about first, thinking about the film industry. They are very important, but they are also vulnerable. That's not so new, but that's not improving for sure. You have all the production companies, service production entities that are becoming more dominant, especially in Estonia, when there is really a policy to attract foreign production and strategies to attract foreign production. You have the public institutions who are very important there, but they can be a bit inconsistent. I'll go to this afterwards, especially for the recommendations. You have in universities, training institutions that are key, although not at the same level as other, let's say, governments, for example. But sometimes they get the criticism that they don't adapt quickly enough to technological change. And you have finally all sorts of intermediaries who play the role like gatekeepers, because they are the one between the consumers of the films, let's say, and the rest of the industry. It goes really from the theaters to the VOD platforms, but also even the distributors themselves. So it's quite a broad category, but also they're all, what's common between them is they're also a difference in their roles. And the way then they impact the visibility of the films and in the end the creation of value. When it comes to skills, infrastructures, again in relation to innovation film, the main concern was really about the capabilities. So you're faced with technological change. Can you make sure that the professionals are learning quickly enough, that the business models are also developed quickly enough. That was a concern, let's say. And then you have activities happening that are positive, but also to some extent, like new production hubs, studio complexes. Yes, they attract foreign production, so here it's more specific maybe to Estonia compared to other systems, but there's a risk that then it is at the expense of domestic production, because, for example, then it becomes more costly to produce in general, also for domestic production, sorry. You have digital public infrastructure, but then it's important to make sure that the benefits, they go back again to the creative sector afterwards. And again, you also need investment and skills. Final results before going to the recommendations. This is happening in a context where you have audience fragmentation, intensifying competition for attention. I'm not going to develop that, but kind of ask if it's not so clear. I said before about the inconsistency of the public action. This is the case because here you can see a decline in public funding, and if not a decline, at least it's changing year after year. You know, it's like, oh, we need to cut some money. I'm not saying it's the first one, but probably among the first. Where are we going to cut it to? In the culture sector, including in the film sector. So this become very difficult if you don't know exactly what next year's budget is going to be. Think about, for example, the role of public broadcasters in the funding of the audiovisual sector. And that their budget is always unclear. Follow-up. I was talking about vulnerability of creative workers. That's due in particular to lack of health insurance and social protection. And then all this leads to misalignment between the decision makers, especially from the public policy, and the filmmakers. So, what do we recommend based on this? The first set of recommendations deals with strengthening coordination. It's not so much that you need a stronger public policy, like it's not so much that you need necessarily to spend more money, but you really need a change in the mindset so that they realize that they are part of it, that they foster systemic innovation. For example, by ensuring more coherence, consistency between different levels, between local, national, and EU levels. Also coordination between different types of activities, of policies, for example, between economic and cultural ministries, and so on. And then ensure that the innovation also becomes more structural, so that when there are pilots funded, for example, you learn from them, and it's not just, okay, something happening once and everybody forgets afterwards. There's a need for innovation infrastructures. As I mentioned before, they are important, but then there needs to be maybe sometimes made more of them, so that it benefits the whole system and not only some of the actors. And finally, some recommendations in addition to that, and that will also make some connection with what I said earlier in my presentation. There's need to set some directionality. For example, especially in the case of, it was mentioned in the case of Estonia, when they were comparing with other markets, notably within CresCine, there's a need for more direction, for example, towards sustainability. So put sustainability criteria in your funding, for example, if you want to not only promote innovation as something vague, but really try to make it really clear what it should be about. Strengthen audience development programs, because there may be some untapped audiences. I'm not sure to what extent it would completely fit with what you said, but Jakob, you were talking about, maybe there are some cities where you don't have the cinema, so you're lacking on the audience there. Yeah, that's also the type of result you have here, expressed in different way, but also, untapped audiences can be very important for the sector. And finally, it was mentioned a few times before, so I don't need to develop that. There may also be some capability and skills failure where public policies are required. And now, Indrek, I will give you the floor.
So hello again. I needed to. So this is based on a report that was published already a little bit less than a year ago. So by the Cannes Festival last year. So yesterday evening I read the report just to remind me of myself of all the details and arguments in there. But let us go through this also now, because I have been presenting about it, but very, very briefly in Cannes Festival. I remember quite chaotic this, and also I think once briefly in the next festival, next conference as well. Yeah. Okay, so in some sense, the argument, the concerns of why is this important and what should be done is very similar to what I already presented. That the copyright databases are fragmented. Nobody knows who has the rights for what, in which territory, for how long, etc. So this means like dealing with rights, sales, licensing, etc., figuring out options, potentials, etc., is involves eventually a high transaction cost and slow royalties, because again, even if the film is making some revenues in some market, you don't always know to whom it needs to reach, or based on what contracts, etc., etc. So we have heard about these very long cycles until monies may arrive at actual people entitled to those. And of course, at the same time, like a big issue for our small country film industries is that the global marketplace, especially when it comes to VOD, viewing is dominated by very large intermediaries and streamers. So the question, as has been already spoken about today, is that why is the visibility of European titles there so low? Can there be alternative online distribution systems altogether, for instance? Can we disrupt the sort of the centralized film markets in some sense online? And I've been already telling you about how the data standards are quite different from database to database, from country to country, etc. As well as when the discourses, the practices of cross and transmediality arrived some 10 plus years ago, there's been so much of talk about audience engagement, not only loyalty but participation, audience investments, even like crowdfunding, etc. These situations have been, these possibilities, these options have been solved in various ways, but there's no kind of systemic technology for that, systemic marketplace for, in some sense, how to invest into film if I would want to, for instance. So, hence, should the question emerge, should we talk about blockchains as a technology that could enable this and that? So, just a kind of in a brief introduction, what the blockchain technology can do. So first, it is a cryptographic technology. So people can fix something in the network, so that something that only them can do and nobody else can change, right? So if you record film authorship that I own something about that film, nobody else can change. It's tamper-proof evidence, proof. Yeah. You can create complex smart contracting that whoever invested into film or whoever contributed something into film could get event. There's proof, and there's automated ways how money can reach back to you, for instance, even if it's some micropayment and the fraction can reach you automatically or immediately. What it effectively can enable is that basically what can be recorded on blockchain is certificates, basically. But Bitcoin is certificate in terms of a bit of fictional money, right? but the certificate can work for anything, higher education degree or whatever is the certificate about. So token can be about also the ownership of a fraction of the film, for instance. So this tokenization is something that would enable like new forms of crowdfunding, fan equity models, etc., or just, as we discussed, tamper-proof evidence of work contributed towards film or etc. So, what this could effectively mean that you would theoretically need less of these centralized players in the markets that could basically manage all the distribution, but you can, as one of our case studies in this, I've written academic articles also about this, was an initiative from Norway called White Rabbit. Basically, they created a model where the film could even be somewhere wherever on torrent, but there would be automated systems how film would be recognized, and whenever some viewer agrees to pay for the viewing experience, then money could arrive the makers, and effectively this would mean a completely different decentralized viewing model. And you get out of that situation where it's all one platform is completely controlling their viewing environments, but films can be just out there in the internet anywhere in a decentralized way, so to speak, but potentially funds will travel and the whole film market could be potentially be organized quite differently. But at the same time, while I'm having this garbage in, garbage out, yes, films can be here and there, but the data quality still matters. There will need to be institutions or ways of securing that the data is adequate. And so we are talking about always a relative decentralization, and we go back to that, can we, to my previous discussion about the roles of different databases, managers, or different data layers in the whole system, and then how these systems are being linked, and some parts are, let's say, controlled in some cryptographic ways using blockchain technology, and some others don't really need to. Okay. So what we were interested, because in Tallinn University we have different research projects in addition to CresCine. We have been looking into how media industries are experimenting with different data technologies for quite some time. So we have papers out, but then we really wanted to see what's really happening on film sector specifically and across Europe and beyond. What kind of film tech companies are emerging, and how are they, and why are they experimenting with blockchain technologies? What value propositions, what business models are perhaps emerging? And if it's beneficial, then what policy levers could be used to scale this whole thing up? Now, we looked from everywhere for the case studies. Eventually we settled with 10 case studies. We actually carried out interviews about even with little more companies, but then we realized we're not going to look too detailed ways because they looked a bit insignificant. So two case study companies plus two tokenized film projects. What we did with them, we did interviews with their CEOs, plus extra desk research based on the available documents about these initiatives. When it comes to these 12 case studies, we had both business-to-business initiatives as well as business-to-customer models. The disclaimer here is, yes, we were studying blockchain technology, but not all of them actually, at the very moment of us interviewing them, used the blockchain as their underlying tech or part of the tech stack. But they had been using. So at some point they had been moving away from that technology, realizing certain hardships. Typically the hardships is that there's quite a bit of threshold for wider audiences to develop your own, acquire your own relevant, let's say, blockchain wallet or that may be necessary for some tokenized project, or the technology being simply a bit too complicated for managing certain databases, etc. But at the same time, they could still tell us the stories of their experimentations and why and so, and their motivations and for that, etc. Now, when we looked at these case studies, let's say a dozen, plus actually we were aware of more, we realized that there are, we grouped them eventually into 4 groups. Firstly, rights and license marketplaces, then revenue management software solutions, token-based crowdfunding solutions, and decentralized streaming, kind of watch and learn kind of solutions. Now, these rights and license marketplaces, I actually kind of covered already during my first talk. We are talking about the Value Node is the company behind that order, open rights data exchange. It's actually a company registered in Estonia, run by a Belgian living in London, interfacing with Brussels. So it's a proper European enterprise. And Content Agent, actually, if you would now go to the Scandic Hotel, travel back to Berlin and go to Scandic Hotel, there is this sub-market of Berlinale, of music films. It always takes place during the Berlinale. It's a kind of smaller festival within a big festival. But behind that company, I don't remember the long name, something. They are headquartered in Vienna. During the COVID, they said, okay, we cannot come to Berlin because this is our major event. The licenses. This is where the licenses for music films are being sold every year, the big event. So we cannot gather in Berlin during the COVID. So they created their own online platform, building on blockchain technology, because there you can use blockchain technology to really make deals, sell something. That was the hypothesis, at least. So this is one of the big platforms that are kind of gaining traction because for licensing and licensing, etc. So the name of the platform is Content Agent. The organization behind it, the long name doesn't come to me right now. Anyhow, so these are the 2 initiatives, but they are kind of there as separate ones, but actually they are complementary. So Value Node is building that order enabled by Data Governance Act. That is kind of neutral data layer about rights in Europe, who owns what territory, blah, 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 so that if anybody is interested can, acquire that data. And then basically Content Agent is building a market on top of that information in a way. So that's a kind of private initiative. And what also the context here is not only Data Governance Act, but there's EPSI, European Blockchain something initiative, blockchain S, I don't know what the S was. Anyway, that's a European Union of basically creating a data system that is more secure, that whoever can build on in markets, initiatives, applications, possibly based on kind of public data in the European context. But basically EPSI secures this kind of blockchain backbone for these kind of potential new applications. And so effectively with initiatives let's just take the Governance Act and EPSI, European Union in the widest sense is and the sandboxing orientation kind of facilitates the emergence of all such initiatives that create this possibly public value generating data initiatives that have more benefits, that have multiple benefits for European societies. For instance, improved information about creative industries' rights systems, ability to make make it licensing to license sales, rights sales, a more convenient, semi-automated or even completely automated processes. Now, Yeah, and of course, when we did the interviews, of course, what the challenge here is that is a good idea, but the major obstacle here is that the major catalog owners in both music industry as well as in the audiovisual industry. We are talking about platforms that kind of running their own rights management overview systems. That would they be agreeing? Opening their votes to the rest of the European public, because why would they want to? Yeah, what is their benefit to do that? And that's the kind of overhanging question of can we get these public data systems about rights and their management, etc., to work. Now the second group of, and when it comes to blockchain, that's content agent is building really on the blockchain technology. Value node is a kind of blockchain ready. The Order is blockchain ready. It would enable blockchain-based solutions in relation to it. Now, the other set of companies, initiatives that really work are basically revenue management platforms. So when I talk about smart contracts, what this means effectively, you let's say you're a DOP for a film, or some other role, and then basically you sign a complicated contract, more complicated contract than was possible before in an analog era, that basically says that they, from a film revenue, I want this and this fraction, based on this, and then basically whenever film makes an income in the markets, you can automate the, so to speak, revenue waterfalls. This has been the kind of argument about the film chain company that is located in London. The CEOs are two women from Romania. I've been trying to interview for so many times over the years. They've always been refusing for some reason. They were the only company that didn't give us the interview also this time. So this is the case that we only rely on the secondary documentation or the interviews that we're giving elsewhere. But yeah, and Blockframe is a French company. They were behind the Cascade 8 famous another initiative. So so basically what it does is enabling these kinds of revenue waterfalls and as well as collaborating with some public funders need a proper kind of accounting overview of how the public funds have been used. So then facilitate this as well. For instance, Film Chain is one company authorized for, how to say, auditing and accounting for Eurimage. Yeah. So again, you can automate all these very complex processes and make them more effective in this sense. Yeah. Now. Yes, I'm not going to talk about Film God because this is a weird one-off, but so tokenized crowdfunding is this potential that yes, everybody could potentially invest into filmmaking, and not because 10 plus years ago when we talked about crowdfunding, it was more meant as a kind of like donations. Yeah, I'm a loyal fan of this filmmaker or this story world, and then I'm contributing some money. What the blockchain would enable is that I'm investing, and if I could also get something back if the film is doing good. And so, famous example is a Galadita film. I think this guy was Spanish but operating out of London. Basically used as NFTs as another blockchain-based certificates technology, secured the funding, and there was the film did actually pretty well, and there was like a real revenue reaching back to the whoever bought the NFTs to fund the making of this film. There's a successful case study that really everybody's using for explaining that this could work for everybody. But of course, it presumes completely different dynamics, because this guy, this director, was himself a kind of a name in that blockchain NFT community. So he could develop a really clever marketing campaign, knowing the kind of how to deal with that, how to operate in this community. Of course, anybody who would like to repeat this or copy this, you would need to know this stuff at the same time. But of course, the NFT markets are completely different now what they were some years ago. So it's questionable if if the social technology is in place, not so much the technology. Okay, and decentralized pictures is another platform that's actually out of the US, enabling people to vote. The money they have, fans voting of how they invest, etc., into films themselves, and people can become part of that DAO, the decentralized autonomous organization for film financing, that decentralized pictures is running. Of course, the challenge here in this case is that legal systems are not really accommodating for these kinds of use cases. Do you blame, what kind of taxes apply, etc. If you invest, you kind of become a fractional owner of the rights of the films. Is this actually recognized by national copyright laws, etc. So there are various kinds of interpretations, and there's definitely no security when it comes to that. And the fourth group of initiatives that we're observing, as I already mentioned, White Rabbit have been observing actually for a few years, how they have been evolving, how they have been kind of losing their game. But Maiko is a kind of successful case study from Asia. These are all kind of complex business models, how you run streaming platform in a way, or forms of decentralized streaming, and how let's say advertising money or some other money is spread between the contributors in the platform. For some other projects, we also observed a couple of other similar projects. So they are very often actually quite clever business models, clever thinking behind it. But it really still matters of how you bring that community, how you motivate the community, how you share the revenues between the community. It's not only filmmakers, but it's also the fans who contributed literally their attention labor. Yeah, you watch the films and you watch the commercials and so on. Anyhow, yeah, I'm not okay. Let's go. Let's pass this now. But what really matters is that we are having these use cases here and there, or different phases, aspects of the value chains, and to an extent, as I said, some of them are broadly failures, some are more successful, some have already some started as kind of really trying to be these disruptors of the marketplace. Some were conscious that we are establishing relations with the existing authorities, existing systems, etc. So White Rabbit tried to be this provocative disruptor. Valenode is the one who is building with the European institutions. So on the one hand, but they are relying on each other still, because in some sense they are benchmarking examples showing potentials. In some other cases, they've effectively become infrastructures for other such initiatives. So what we are observing is, yes, there's a lot of disappointment, a lot of failure, but at the same time, there is a kind of ecosystem that continues to grow. And in some sense, blockchain is not anymore the technology that everybody talks about these days. It's AI, and AI. But at the same time, even for the AI, you would still need the blockchain-based backbone, because you need evidence, you need security, that truth value, yeah. But behind blockchain, you still need the high-quality data, good standards, identifiers for everything. So what we are basically observing here in Europe is this gradual evolvement, because there's a lot of path dependency. To change things is quite hard, but there's still step-by-step evolvement of this new, let's call it data ecology, onto which the kind of next innovations can build. And this is why to kind of observe this case study was also quite interesting. Yeah, so what perhaps have been these cross-cutting adoption hurdles? So legal ambiguity, because not everything is Europe legalized when it comes to specific kind of contracts, rights, how you demonstrate rights ownership, etc. Again, that same issue of metadata interoperability and standards need. What we need is standards update by all the major institutions in Europe. When it comes to specific to blockchain, then there are of course threshold in terms of wide audiences, wide societies really understanding how this system works when you want to use the crypto money. But in most instances, you don't even need that because crypto is good perhaps for investing into, but it's not necessary for evidencing your ownership of certain rights. Yeah. So it's not. So sometimes it has something to do with cryptocurrencies, but actually in most cases not. And still we have this big question of when and if are the big platforms ready to open up their data vaults for such open systems to be interoperable with. Policy roadmap, again, some work is needed in terms of legal clarity for on-chain licenses, for instance, and such tokens, especially in Europe. In the US context, the clarity has been gradually emerging. Now, again, same wish list. I mean, when it comes to adoption of identifiers such as ISIN, either hand. What needs to be happening when it comes to those legal clarity is also sort of regulatory sandboxes. We see the kind of suggestion is that Creative Europe could create kind of work towards this kind of fund, these kinds of case studies, this project, these experiments. But at the same time, what we need to train our SMEs and film institutes and guilds, etc., to really understand what are the potentials of these kinds of technologies, so that to facilitate wider adoption. And then basically various kinds of hybrid pilots. Hybrid meaning you don't need blockchain for everything. To an extent, normal databases are fine. But it probably would be good if a certain readiness for blockchain-based security. Blockchain is really what they provide is certain security, evidence proof. Yeah? That would enable certain further decentralization. And decentralization in this perspective is good because it could enable to undermine the power of big platforms, because it will enable possibly completely different kinds of distribution models. But the disclaimer here when it comes to decentralization, of course, there are risks that other kind of centralization would happen as such in the crypto world, that there is hoovering of coins and they do this in a certain specific ways, etc. But there is a whole domain of scholarly literature of how this happens and how to avoid this, etc. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit beyond schedule, but I think we have time for one or two questions. I actually have a question. It's more a thought about the session tomorrow, because tomorrow we will have with us. It's a question for both Indrek and Etienne, but I think it's a question for us all. It has to do with the innovation layers, so to say, that Etienne presented in a more abstract manner. But then for me, when we talk of the film funds becoming intermediaries of innovation, which is an idea I actually quite like, I see this policy roadmap as their mandates on what they can do. But we know from a lot of countries, and I imagine that it's applicable to most of the countries here, this does not happen for two main reasons. First of all, because film funds normally sit within cultural structures, so they don't have a saying in the broader economic budget, and innovation sits in economic ministries or whatever. And at the same time, film funds and the community around them, the beneficiaries, let's put it like that, don't want film funds to change their role, because they feel that it's okay that film funds stick as funders. So my question would be, one, if you see from your analysis that taking, for instance, this policy roadmap could be a way for film funds to become innovation intermediaries, or if actually what you propose is impossible and we need a different type of structures that merges innovation with taking, let's say, the film funding out of the cultural dimension, which would then be kind of a disaster in terms of economic European policies, because it's where it finds its comfort zone.
If I may start, I think actually the motivation behind that report, task 4.5, I think, was exactly that. The understanding, because I think originally when we were writing the CresCine application, it was between me and Sten, actually very much coming from the Estonian context, where we see that these policies are completely separated. There is a data and economic innovation, and there's culture, and they almost don't talk to each other. I think, and this is still very much the case, however, I don't know about your societies, maybe we can tell us. In Estonia, something is maybe, in some sense, there's a crisis. It kind of started the last calendar year. It comes from something, the external shock is the AI, yeah? All of a sudden we see that big models want to be trained on this, all this bunch of content. Owners, or rights owners say, hey, what is this? We won't allow this is not okay. Our national government is concerned about the Estonian language, Estonian culture, and they want to give all the content away free for the big model makers, so that this can be trained and so that it's service culture, arguably more effectively, but the culture makers say, hey, this is, but we won't get income. That's actually, you undermine the sustainability of our system. So, and this is why this issue of the blockchain-based stuff, that who actually owns the right, and can we build new models that, where let's say an AI model is being trained on your content, is how can we automate all these, develop these new kinds of revenue models, these new kinds of business cycles, etc. So at least this is a discussion that is kind of behind the closed doors, is taking place right now in Estonia. We have a different project that we run on Tallinn University, kind of does this and analyzes the content and then places the content behind the blockchain secured cryptographic walls, and then you can buy access to this content if you buy into the system, and you can maybe then train your model, but only when you buy to the rights owners. This is one experiment, basically, what we are doing at our university. But I think, again, you can tell me how it is in your countries, but there is this complete crisis moment that nobody knows how to run this. There is a certain value possibly to be generated, but nobody knows how, and there is this intensified dialogue. In our case, it's a Minister of Justice, because they do digital stuff now there. They used to do it Minister of Economic Affairs. Now it's Justice, and the Minister of Culture, and I think nobody knows how to do things well, but at least there is this intensified dialogue.
Maybe to complement on this, I agree that the solution to this problem is indeed dialogue. Because the root of the problem is that you have different, if we just talk about public policy, and different entities looking at the same thing, but then with different solutions, there really needs to be an intensification of the discussion between, as we had as a result, for example, different levels, but especially in this case, different people, Ministers of Culture and Ministers of Economics. What is, to be a bit more optimistic maybe, about that is that I don't remember now exactly the 1-2 countries that went in this direction, but we already see this dialogue happening when it came to, okay, how do we promote both tourism and film production? Again, I forgot the country, so maybe one of you can tell me this is my country. But you have this happening. So if you have this, why not also developing, based on this example, successful example in some countries, the same discussion, but then maybe more applied to innovation, to ensure that AI, blockchain, other technologies, they are just not very quickly and badly adopted by the sector, but really implemented as far as there are opportunities in the practices. This for your mic.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. I think one of the challenges what we have to communicate tomorrow to efforts also is to understanding that this is not an unsolvable problem. And I think especially now with these debates intensifying around the Agora, which is the future of Creative Europe, well, internally the signs say that Agora won't be signed even this year, because of the conflict between the economic dimension as well as, let's call it like the cultural dimension, right? So it seems that the prevailing thinking is that we cannot bring innovation into screen organizations because that somehow undermines or conflicts, with their creative funding mandate, which I think is not particularly true. And it's purely an ideological fallacy. If we have an example of BFI, and I had the pleasure of speaking to BFI management last Friday. Last year they released their white paper, which did a lot of really great things, saying, for example, that we are a digital organization first and foremost, and they're quite clearly embarking on exactly that role of having screen innovation part of their portfolio. So ironically speaking, UK again, leads a way of a very, very pragmatic approach. The other thing what has come out of Indrek's and Heritiana's work, and what we also have to outline, is that most of the screen agencies work on a policy that clearly focuses on modes of production, that where value generation is happening on production, where we right now see is that the value is happening in many other places than production. And that's something what both the innovation agencies in smaller countries and the screen agencies hasn't really realized, that the value happens with audiences or audience-generated value or data-driven value, and then etc. And how do you kind of bring that mindset into a thing where the decoupling right now, thanks to AI or everything else, is escalating? And that's really the big challenge. And I guess I'm the pessimist to say that that I think the only thing that will influence it to a big degree is when some big AI shit will hit the fan, pardon my French, or where something on AI will get enough of a traction where they understand, okay, we have to move the value generation into other buckets.
Yeah, it's the same thing when I said that, in my previous talk, that rights management has never been a public affair. It's always been a private sector thing. But all of a sudden, there's a realization that this also needs to become a public concern. So, and also what this realization is that to enable this, there is a certain issue of technology, the standards, etc., if they are adopted, etc., because it is only via wider adoption of certain kinds of public standards, public methods, public infrastructures, and blockchain is an EPSI of European Commission is an infrastructure, then only in this way you create certain fairness in the market and you empower SMEs, etc., so which is our concern. Yeah. If you don't do that, there's going to be probably some big platform dominance, AI companies coming and taking the value, etc., etc. So you need to do something about distribution, firstly, standards, and data infrastructures across Europe. So it's culture policy without these issues anymore is just not. It's not looking at the concern, the problem, but just dealing with wrong things, basically.
Yeah, and remember, now thinking already of our final report, we also need to come up with a very simple, straightforward, understandable discourse that brings together our arguments, and this one is clearly a relevant and very important one.
Yeah, I should just
before
we leave for the lunch, actually, to leave some sneaky peek and to leave on an optimistic note. After the lunch, I will be talking about actually the method and the solution for this is that clusters are actually the bridges between this institutional communication and like connecting this cultural, economic, and all the other narratives, because we have currently the situation that we have been talking with the Minister of Culture about our needs to create the cinema infrastructure in Lithuania for years. And finally, we just extracted them, leave them alone, and came to the Ministry of Economy, to the municipality of Vilnius, and we are currently like in the finish of signing the memorandum of understanding with a very precise steps how to make it happen. So, like, okay, we're still an organization which has been recognized as a cultural organization, but we are still at the same time an industry organization, and we should face this industrial and have this industrial economic approach. So, yeah. So after the lunch break, I will tell more about our findings as well.
So thank you very much. We now go for lunch, and Inês will explain the details.
Okay, we have lunch vouchers for everyone. I guess we have some colleagues that will help.